kidney bean. And a fucking kidney bean. Sick. Oh, did it again.
I need a doctor in medicine and a neck brace. We in a party, we turning up, getting reckless. I'm a fucking headbangers, break your fucking neck, bitch.
Weasel.
Hey, look at me. Ow!
Did I just clap that guy falling from out of the sky? Hello?
Gets picked off so damn quick.
Let me get up to you.
Might as well join him.
You don't have to guess who in the building.
Power just came on. We got a player here.
There's an entire playlist I have here about wieners.
There's 6 kegs right there. You're gonna hear it.
I'm running, man.
Yo, motherfucker!
Whoa, no, stop it. Stop right now, you motherfuckers. Just fix that car. feel like I'm gonna break it rolling over all this stuff. Apparently I had the sound off on the other channel and I apologize. It was a nice silenced ASMR stream. Hey, could you not, like... all these two port, because it took 3 fucking shots. Actually, no, I want the fat. I changed my mind. Actually, no, I want the fat. I changed my mind. Not for the money. I gotta make some gun oil. I seem to have lost all my gun oils. And I know these guns are beat the fuck up. That one needs cleaning for sure. I think if I'm ADSing, my cart should just continue to go straight. It shouldn't follow my ADS and turn and shit. Further. Those big pigs are running from me anyway. Bud. I gotta figure out how I can carry more weight. Oops. What have I got going on? I hear things. Here we go. Thought for sure I saw a gator over here. What is that? There is a gator in the water. Oh, it's a turtle. That's one of them fatty turtles. I'm not sure if I want to hunt at night, but I'm going to try it again. We did it the other day, and it was kind of brutal, but got things in a little better position now. I've got my reshade settings on. Did I drop stuff? I need to find a range site for this. I need to find a scope range site for this gun. I'm gonna have to study those books that I've got in that one saddlebag. Pretty sure they tell me how to craft a lot of stuff. I'm gonna have to get some coffee. Howdy, mister.
How you doing, son?
Say again?
I'm just making sure your character's okay in case you bloody got bit with a gator.
Oh yeah, we're doing all right.
No problem, sir. You take it easy now, okay?
Yes, sir. You too. Appreciate you checking in on me.
No problem, no problem.
I don't know if the ravens are even awake or here to feed him to them, so I'm not gonna mention it yet. Hello, buddy. You get stuck?
We'll get stuck.
Goofball will drag toys everywhere, bro. I swear. I think he got caught. Hey, Rag. I think that guy got caught trying to sneak into my buggy. Be careful, bubbers. One horse. I have a solo horse in the stable, and then I have the two on this wagon. I can get you a horse. Get into the server. It's TwitchRP !TRP to get the link. Put in your app. It's about a 2-week wait. Not too awful. I've seen longer. I've been through longer because I applied 3 times. I was in their GTA server. TwitchRP's GTA server is where I started my RP. I guess that's not 100% true. I did RP on day Z, but like. I gotta scare him off. I don't need him chewing on my leg. But I can hook you up with a horse. For real, for real. Get you a horse bot. I'm trying to make enough money to either buy a little plane, buy a little spot, or become part of this outlaw group or start an outlaw group. I don't think I'm going to start one, but try to get to a point. I want to make enough money to live comfortably and not have to work any more than I want to. And by work, I mean anything regarding hunting or pretty much any job, let's be honest. Hunting at night is so difficult. I really do need to get a lantern. At least on my wagon. I should just quick skin these. There's nobody around. I just feel like that's power gaming when I quick skin them, but I mean, that mechanic is there for a reason, so. The mechanic is there for a reason, so it'd be nice to use it. These two horses don't have a name. I'm gonna turn that light off. Is that all right? Does that look okay? If I didn't have such a damn dull time the other day with bounties and wolves and stuff like that, I'd go do a bounty right now. I think this would be a great spot for gators, but if there is any, they're not up on the banks. The water's a little too deep. I'll show you what I mean. There's one. There's one. Try to startle them towards the shore. shoot at them like that, they just go underwater in this deeper water. Pop right back up. They don't move. I wish there was some bait of some kind to put down. Hey, wait a minute. I forgot all about my little island spot. That's on down here, though, isn't it? Yeah, it's down here. I just go up to the next intersection. Right, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I wonder if there's I wonder if different towns paid better or worse for gator meat. You know what I mean? I talked about this the other day. Nighttime darkness doesn't penetrate this building. So you look through and you can see the world. Well, that repeater's weak. Maybe it's just me. Now, this might be a little bit against game mechanics right here, using this bridge to prevent darkness, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna be all right. Thought I heard a gator when I shot that fox, but I'm pretty sure all I heard was one in the water sinking down. Just the one? Wonder how long before the stamina system comes. And I don't mean a stamina system. There is a stamina system. I mean the ability to, like, gain endurance points. So that you get better endurance and then you don't lose stamina as quickly. Shitty little alligator. A 1-star. Got to be a couple more. That's just a toad. That's a toad. I hate to say it, boys, but the other stream actually looks better. MDI's hurting my quality a little bit. Let's see, more gator. Oh. Oh. Oh, I just about got 8. Holy buckets. God damn. I got a mad little buddy. I got a mad buddy. Get my man some milk. All right. As soon as I said the light looks like shit, the fucking moon pokes itself out. And now things look pretty decent. I heard one. I've gotten a little bit away from my buggy. I need to work back. I don't think anybody will take my wagon, but you never know. I don't have any extra pistol cartridges. I heard an alligator growl. Or maybe I did, and that's what startled the pigs. But I ain't picked him up yet. Terrible. Killed one. I gave one a heart attack. I don't know what I'm going to do with a dead bullfrog. Sorry about that. Okay. We put our meat on the wagon and we'll go back home. I hear a growler. Oh wait, I might have pistol cartridges. Why am I got all these feathers though? I do have pistol cartridges. They're in that saddlebag. What did I leave in the water here? Feathers. I don't need them. No gators on that bank. Boys, I think it's time to go back around. And we haven't even gotten to the good spot yet, have we? This was a good spot, and we haven't even gotten to the good spot. I'm going to avoid that North Roadside entrance to St. Denis, though. I really don't want to have to put Wayne back in a situation. I'm gonna try to stream Thursday evening and get into here with Kenny a little bit. I haven't got to hang out with Kenny much since I haven't really done any weekends either, and I'm not gonna be able to do next weekend for sure. This crossover right here. Nothing. Not a thing. And I heard a gunshot, so somebody's already hunted over this way. They might have cleaned it up. Which sucks for me, but it's come to be expected. Time to be expected. You hear him hiding? Could go rob him. Got this big ass wagon. I'd be made too easily if I tried to RP rob him. I'm a little bit out of the bayou now. There's some good deer hunting here. What am I seeing? A Florida cracker cow. Can't tell if that's his head or his ass. I wonder why I can't do the other one. I can. I just came from the wrong angle. Some big beef. Hope nobody owns this ranch. I'm about to get rich off of raw steaks. Actually, a good little stopping point. I don't want to hang out too long. The proprietor might wake up. A lot of cattle here, though. It means a lot of meat. That's an ox. Yeah, I'm not trying to get shot. I'm out of here. And then kill some of man's cows. Definitely gonna make me a normal person. Moving on. Welcome in, everybody new to the channel. Hope you take a minute to hit that follow and hang out. Come back and see us. We're gonna do some GTARP this week too. I've got to check into Echo. It's been over a week. I don't want to lose my warehouse. I know I've got a bunch of stuff expired in there. A bunch of stuff. He moved his head. How full's our wagon? About 80 more pounds to hold. About 80 more pounds to go. Hey, boys and girls in chat, I've been thinking, do I need to bring back the green screen? I had a message about that the other day. Saturday morning. I had a message about whether I need to bring back the green screen. I don't know, is my background just an annoyance? Just some coyotes. There ain't nothing major. think I want to cut through. I saw a gator here. I think I've cleared the place out. Seen that fella back there. We're gonna get him. See if we can get a little closer to the wagon. Good morning, G Bud guy. How's Holy Joe? Now you're here. If you're gonna be around a minute, I'm gonna take a pause. Watch us see if this video's up. One Peg's got a video referencing Dark and Darker and how this Nexon lawsuit may be bogus. Did a night ride with your bike last night? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. I think it amounts to like when the Battle Royale games tried to claim they own the game mode. I didn't see it like that. Remember, these guys who are working for Iron Mance, who created Iron Mance, were actually Nexon employees at one time. I fucked him up. And one of the assets that's specifically discussed one of the assets talked about that is an issue is the foot sounds. You know how the slapping of the bare feet on the concrete in the dungeon? I guess that's actually the head of Nexon's, his wife's actual footsteps. Creepy, isn't it? I mean, if you want to get down and dirty and say that you own the extraction survival genre, you're gonna lose that argument real fast. It's just like all these video games claiming that they own the Battle Royale genre, but if you wanted to get technical about it, the Japanese movie studio that created the Battle Royale movie on it. Am I full in my wagon already? Brother. Thought of how to make a tower defense different in your own way, but then the games and the ideas. See, they're not claiming that. They're claiming the assets that made the game. Basically, all the 3D images is what they're trying to claim, and all those 3D images were bought from the Unreal Store because Iron Mance's stance was that we are going to build the game around these purchased 3D images, and then we can create our own 3D assets later, our own graphics later. bear duck feet slap. That's the only one that's really been... And Iron Man's didn't even put out a thing about it. That was something... That's a rumor mill story from the Koreans. That the whole thing came about because the foot slap on the concrete was the Nexon's CEO's wife's footsteps. A poster here. Oh, okay. It's the Ravens. I don't want to sell all this fat. You're not here for too long, but do want to see the video. I gotta get this. I gotta get out of this neighborhood. This is gang territory.
Hello.
There you go. I tell you what, I could sell everything while I pull up that video. How's that sound?
How's it going?
What you need is an artless subscription.
Hello?
Will my video get a copyright claim? Nope. Can I use the music in all my YouTube channels? Yeah. What happens if I go viral? Will I need to pay more? Not even one more cent. Who are you? I'm you. With an artless subscription.
Sir?
What? Let's play some music. That's much better, right? Give me your hand. Now you're covered.
There you go.
Go today. Now this is something that... Hello everyone, my name is OnePeg. In today's video we're going to look at the suit that Nexon has filed against Iron Mace Games and Iron Mace's now response as of about a handful of hours ago today. Now this is something that I spoke about on my live stream. It's in the VOD if you guys want to go and check that out. Otherwise, that's why we have this summary video. First, I want to get into the claims that Nexon has made, the responses that Iron Mace has made as a result, the files that Nexon says that Iron Mace stole, and what Iron Mace has in response. Now, I want to be perfectly clear that this isn't going to be an unbiased take. There is a lot in this, and you can call me a dev fanboy all you want. This morning, I was very much in favor of saying, like, well, Nexon probably has a suit here. It really wouldn't have been taken this far if they didn't. But after seeing what I've seen, let's just say that this borders on the line of absolutely frivolous. So if you want a TLDR from this, it's that Nexon looks really bad right now. Before I get into all of this, let me first address a couple of things. The first is there are arguments that will be made that Iron Mace is in the wrong here because of the DMCA takedown that was enacted on Steam. I want to first say that if you understood how DMCA works, you would understand that there's a reason why Steam took it down. DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, is designed to protect people from this kind of stuff, from IP theft. The idea being that artists and entities that own rights to certain types of IP, games, music, movies, all that stuff, can't be reproduced and rebroadcast or used to profit people without the consent of people that actually own that IP. That's why you see things like DMCA takedown requests on YouTube all the time, and on Twitch for music, and in games for stuff like this, for IP theft or supposed IP theft. The reason why organizations like YouTube and like Steam take these things down at the request of people, as long as they're able to show some kind of an amount of evidence, is because if they don't, the platforms, YouTube or in this case Steam, can be held partially liable for leaving it up. These safe harbor provisions exist to protect the platforms that serve them. For instance, if, in this case, Valve were to leave this up and ignore the takedown request and believe it to be frivolous, if only then to have Iron Mace be found guilty, Nexon would be able to sue Valve for potentially profiting off of leaving it on the marketplace. Let's say if Iron Mace were to push this to early access and start making money off of it, Valve obviously gets a cut. So in this case, they must abide by the DMCA request, or they risk them being held liable in part for leaving it up. What I have here in front of me is a copy of the DMCA takedown request from the Office of Arnold and Porter Attorneys, the attorney being James S. Blackburn. Now, this, again, was posted in a public Discord, so it's not like I'm doxing anybody. This is the attorney's letter that was sent to Valve stating that Nexon wanted to have this taken down. At the end of this document, it also states something about the safe harbor provision, saying that Valve could be potentially liable, which is, again, why Valve abided by this request. But I want to go into talking about, first, the timeline, also the allegations, and whether or not I believe that this holds any merit. In the letter, it says that based on their investigation, they believe that Dark and Darker appears to have been built and developed by using trade secrets as well as copyrighted information copied and stolen from Nexon. That's their allegation, that work being done inside of the game, in Iron Mace's game, is a carbon copy of work that was done in Nexon's project called P3. Now, there are two differing timelines in this story. The first timeline that Nexon alleges is that a person working for Nexon as the head of the development studio overseeing a team of 20 for Project P3 had been working on this project from home. Now, this project that had been getting worked on from home was being worked on at their home office via a remote link. Now, there are two differing timelines here. They're in direct conflict with each other, but they do have one important material effect. The first timeline that Nexon talks about is this one. Nexon began developing a new first-person shooter role-playing game, also known as the P3 game, under the P3 project in August of 2020. For 11 months, until July 2021, at least 20 Nexon employees worked exclusively on the P3 project, and Nexon invested more than 1.1 billion won, which is approximately 815,000 USD, to develop the P3 game. During this time, Nexon made significant developments to the P3 game and created unique concepts, genre, plot, storyline, characters, and plans. Nexon also created a large number of proprietary source code, art resources, and build files. So far, everyone is in agreement with this, both Iron Mace and the people at Nexon. Then it goes on to say that a person by the name of Ju-Huin Choi, and I'll just call him Mr. Choi, a former Nexon employee and team leader of the P3 project who had access to all the P3 project files, acquired and transferred without authorization more than 11,000 key build files of the P3 project from Nexon's server to his personal server in 2020 and 2021. I want everybody to pay close attention to those years. 2020, the year of the COVID pandemic, and 2021, while we were still reeling from the COVID pandemic, and globally, everyone had COVID protocol. Most all of which, if they had the ability to, would work from home. Now, I don't know about you, but there was an awful lot of programmers that were working from home on their games. The response to this is exactly that. Due to a mandatory remote work policy implemented by Nexon in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the accused member received multiple written authorizations from executive members at Nexon from 2020 to 2021, allowing him to utilize an external personal server to improve the performance of his team. Example, version control, build machine, and dedicated server. After utilizing the personal servers for almost a year, the accused member asked the leadership if it was okay to continue using his personal servers. The leaders told him to refrain from using the personal servers. The accused member agreed to take down the servers as long as he could maintain the performance of his team, having his programming team come to the office, bypassing the company-wide remote work policy. So again, Nexon claims that this person had been using their personal computing devices at home to work on Project P3 and had 11,000 files plus worth of evidence to support that this person had been leaking that information to themselves. Meanwhile, he had had permission during 2020 and some of 2021 to do just that. However, they both agree that there was a small period of time, about 2.5 to 3 months, at the beginning of 2021 through about April of 2021, where they did not get express permission. However, were still being ordered to go home and work from home based on COVID lockdowns because of surges in the disease throughout Korea. When the buildings next to his office were shut down due to confirmed cases, he took to a risk and fully set up his personal servers to aid in development. Since all company machines were monitored using a company-wide endpoint solution, the existence and usage of his personal servers, ones that were subject of approvals and reapprovals, must be reasonably known to Nexon over this multi-month period of development. Not a single warning was received from that security team, so it was easy to construe it as acknowledgement that his actions were acceptable. Otherwise, it would mean that Nexon would be failing at taking reasonable measures to maintain the confidentiality of their assets. I will say this, at least, looks relatively suspect. There was a 3-month, roughly, period of time where someone that worked at Nexon, Mr. Choi, worked at Nexon and was working on this from home without express permission from the folks at Nexon to allow him to do so. However, because of the COVID pandemic, it's completely reasonable to assume that being as they were potentially unable to go into the office on certain days but still had deadlines, they wanted to make sure the team was able to perform. Him personally deciding to do so and Nexon deciding that it wasn't okay is completely within Nexon's right. Thus is why Mr. Choi has a lawsuit pending from Nexon against him for this violation of their security protocol. However, during the course of this entire thing, at no point should Iron Mace, for this bit at least, be subject to scrutiny. Even though Mr. Choi decided to work for them, even though Iron Mace is making a game somewhat similar, I would say, to Project P3, according to what we've seen so far, it doesn't necessarily mean that Iron Mace is at fault. It means that Nexon's gripe here is with Mr. Choi, not with Nexon. But I digress, there is more. And remember, we're talking about timeline here, which the differences come up soon. So far, everything is in line from both sides, albeit the reasonings are a little bit different. Upon discovery of his misconduct, Nexon disciplined and terminated Mr. Choi in July of 2021. Mr. Choi approached P3 project members, urging them to leave Nexon and create a game similar to the P3 game outside of Nexon. Additionally, Terrence Park, who is known as Terry, the CEO of Iron Mace Games, was a former director of game development at Nexon and the head of a sub-team for P3's project. At Nexon, he worked on the P3 game with Mr. Choi and other Nexon employees who later joined Iron Mace. Shortly after Mr. Choi was dismissed from Nexon, Terry Park left Nexon on August 9th, 2021. Less than 2 months after Mr. Park left Nexon, and only 3 months after Mr. Choi left Nexon, Terrence founded Iron Mace on October 20th, 2021. They say, based on their timeline, and the way that they have placed this in their letter, is that they found misconduct after this person had been working on this stuff from home. They then decided that they were going to terminate this person in July. In between those two events, it is believed that Nexon scrapped Project P3 because of this leak. That's what they have told the press. After this person was let go, Mr. Choi recruited people from inside of Nexon to come and work with him outside of Nexon, and thus Terry founded Iron Mace along with Mr. Choi, who is believed to hold some amount of stock in the company. And this is where the roping in of Iron Mace comes into play. We have reason to believe that Mr. Choi stole and misappropriated Nexon's trade secrets and copyrights and used them along with Mr. Park and Iron Mace in the development of the counterfeit game Dark and Darker. Moreover, as the founder of Iron Mace and former P3 Project team member, Mr. Park knew or should have known that Mr. Choi illegally stole Nexon's trade secrets and copyrighted materials to develop Dark and Darker. Mr. Park and Iron Mace thus have knowingly benefited from Mr. Choi's misappropriation and will continue to do so since Dark and Darker is made commercially available. Therefore, the DMCA strike must take place, is basically how the rest of this goes, and then there is proof therein. So the timeline, again, is Mr. Choi was fired, then recruited a bunch of people to come and work at Dark and Darker and used the assets that he had stolen from Nexon to build Dark and Darker's game. Now remember, they're saying that all of this stuff, the files and whatnot that they list in their exhibits, are stolen property from Nexon. Stolen. Now let's talk about the timeline that Iron Mace states. The accused member decided to leave Nexon in June 2021 due to a breakdown of trust with one of his superiors and due to the uncertain atmosphere at the company. His prior project was unceremoniously canceled after a well-received milestone presentation in 2020, and numerous other projects around him were also canceled during this time. This is a completely different timeline psychologically. Remember, Nexon says that they scrapped the project after they found the data breach. Iron Mace and Mr. Choi are saying a completely different one. Iron Mace and Mr. Choi are saying that the project got scrapped. Mr. Choi decided that he was going to leave to pursue this idea that he thought had legs, and in doing so, talked to his coworkers about leaving the company. Then you have the folks over at Nexon, the superiors at Nexon, getting wind of this and terminating him, citing that he stole assets. And I don't know about you, but I've had plenty of corporate jobs in my career, working at different financial firms when I was a financial planner for a little more than 11 years, and came across multiple instances of people that if they even got so much as a sniff of you leaving the company to work for a competitor, they would tell you instantly to pack up all of your stuff and leave. No 2-week notice, no questioning of whether or not you were going to stay, no searching out whether or not any of this stuff was valid. People in those industries, competitive industries like this, get cold feet and they will just terminate you on the spot. Take your suitcase and get out. This is completely believable to me. Shortly after Nexon's leadership became aware of the accused member's plans to leave the company, instead of trying to resolve it in a professional manner, they abruptly sent the internal audit team and accused him of stealing files, despite having observed his personal server being used without notice for several months. Due to harassment and the lack of respect from the company, and after consulting with his lawyers, he concluded that his private information on his private servers wasn't subject to any record, so he deleted his information to ensure his privacy. Nexon thought that the assets were stolen, but just to make sure that everything was on the up and up, Mr. Choi deleted everything off of his own personal computing devices to make sure that there would be no evidence of wrongdoing whatsoever, which I think is pretty noble, as long as that's true. It makes sense to make sure that there would be no record of any wrongdoing in those cases. You're telling me that I was allowed to work from home. I'm not allowed to work from home anymore. I did for 3 months. My bad. If you're going to sue me over that, that's my fault. But I don't want to rope anybody that I've been working with in on this if we decide to go along and make a game that is somewhat similar in genre. And in doing so, I want to make sure that I'm completely clean and the company that I'm working with is completely clean, so I'm going to delete everything that I have on my end. He was fired based on these unproven claims and subsequently sued by the company a month later, with liens placed on his home and other assets. His personal lawsuit is still ongoing, and the claims of stealing and misappropriating these files have not been substantiated. He has been fully cooperative with the investigation from police and has been the target of multiple search warrants. Iron Mace has also been the subject of multiple search warrants during the investigation and has been accommodating as possible to speed up this process and prove no wrongdoing. The fact that 9 of the 20-plus P3 Project team members voluntarily left Nexon out of their own free will to join Iron Mace, despite the inherent risks of joining a startup, shows the trust that the accused member instills in his peers. I mean, there is some truth to that if you think about it. 9 other guys decided that they were going to leave the project and join this startup that was already being horribly scrutinized for months, and they still came. I mean, it's one thing if you say that one guy's a thief, but to say that 9 other people that didn't go along with the thief originally but then decided to, I don't know, man. If it were me and I figured that they had a leg to stand on, I probably wouldn't have put myself in jeopardy, you know? Some of the rest of this almost reads ridiculous, if I'm being honest. To investigate, Nexon conducted a comparative analysis of Dark and Darker and the P3 game. First, a preliminary analysis revealed that the resource file names of 2,338 files were identical between the two games. Now remember this.
Relog to
There's some numbers here. 2,338 files they found were direct copies. at least in file name. Even if one takes into account that both games were developed using the same program, example Unreal Engine, the number of identical file names is too substantial for mere coincidence. For your reference, the comparison of the file names is appended hereto as Exhibit D. They didn't say how many of the files were part of Unreal Engine. That's over 1,300 of the 2,338 files. 1,300, more than half. As their first number, 2,338 files, more than half were part of Unreal Engine's core architecture that is needed to be able to just use Unreal Engine. Second, the character designs and other settings and structural designs of Dark and Darker are suspiciously similar to those of P3 game. Both games, this is the part that I love, both games showcase the same character class. Barbarian, Cleric, Fighter, Wizard, Rogue, and Ranger. Furthermore, just as the P3 game takes place in a dungeon with dark brick walls, which is intended to portray a dark and fearful atmosphere, and introduces torch-related game features, which allow users to light up or extinguish the torches installed in the dungeons to increase or decrease visibility, Dark and Darker takes place in the same brick-walled dungeon setting with the same torch-related game features. It is no coincidence that the characters and setting of the games are aesthetically so similar. It is clear that Iron Mace used Nexon's data to create the characters and setting in Dark and Darker. Even if, as Iron Mace has argued in media statements, the graphic assets, including character designs, were purchased from the Unreal Marketplace. It does not explain the numerous specific aspects of the characters in Dark and Darker's characters that are different from that of the graphic assets available for purchase in the Unreal Marketplace, but are identical to the aspects of the characters found in the P3 game. The comparison of characters and setting structural designs between Dark and Darker and the P3 game is appended here to as Exhibit E. So let's take a look at Exhibits D and E. Oh, and really quickly, by the way, they list a number of copyrights that were filed in the U.S. office. Now, Dark and Darker has been was being worked on since November of 2021. Since then, it has had, 4 public playtests now, with a 5th one that was slated to be in early April. In that time, the most successful playtest that we saw was the second to last playtest that they had, which had 1 million unique accounts, and this last one that they had toward the middle of February that had 2 million unique accounts. Since then, since those playtests took place, Nexon decided that they were going to file a copyright for a whole bunch of assets. The game's code, as well as certain pieces of art that were generated. And you can see here that we have the effective dates of the registration as February 9th of 2023, with the registration decision being approved on March 3rd. It is March 26th. So you're telling me that in all of this time, Nexon's Project P3 that had been generating whatever it had been generating, saying that this was something that was proprietary to Nexon, owned by Nexon, that at no point between when they filed lawsuits and saw all of this going through, at no point did they decide to file for copyright until early 2023 after they saw Dark and Darker start gaining traction. Interesting. So here is the list of files from Exhibit D. Now remember, this says that it's more than 1,000 files having the same file names as Dark and Darker. This is their big smoking gun. And below is the list of resource file names that are identical in Dark and Darker and the P3 game. They're not going into source code. At no point do they mention that anything in here has anything to do with source code or that they found evidence of them having used the source code, but instead they list 1,000 different files of assets. As we scroll through, you can see that is a pretty extensive list. But here's the thing. If you look real close, some of this looks interesting. WY's Icon 16, WY's Icon 512, WY's .u plugin. For those of you that don't know, a program like WY's is a plugin that you can use for multiple game engines for spatial audio. WY's is a very, very common spatial audio plugin that a lot of developers use in their video games. You see the logo splash on the intro screens for an awful lot of games. A lot of them. Iron Mace responded with a Google document spreadsheet showing every single one of the files that Nexon says are the carbon copy of something that was theirs, was proprietary, and is therefore in violation of copyright, with links to where they can be found. Unreal Engine Marketplace. This is a free plugin that you can get from Dmitry Karpukin, located on his website, dmitrykarpukin.com. The Blockout Tools plugin is something that anyone can add to Unreal. In addition, it goes down and shows additional links. Unreal Engine Marketplace for the Fantasy Dungeon. What does the Fantasy Dungeon look like? Huh, now that looks awful similar. Those torches look really similar, don't they? So you're going to say that a game that was created using files that were stolen from you were the vast majority of. In fact, they go on to say that 950 of the 1,038 files that are listed in this claim were from the Unreal Marketplace or other associated marketplaces and were obtainable by anyone in the general public. And of course, then there is the question of, well, what if the person that was using those files on his home computer leaked them to the Unreal Engine Marketplace himself? Well, that's easy enough to show. On February 2nd of 2016, was when the Fantasy Dungeon Pack was provided to the Unreal Engine Marketplace. You can see it right here, 2/2/2016. Some of these other ones, Fantasy Dungeon 2, 2/16/2021, something that was in there months in advance of whenever the people at Nexon say that their data was stolen. Medieval Armor, 6/20/2019. This looks awful familiar, doesn't it? Let's see. Yeah, I would say that that looks pretty similar to a whole lot of other character models we've seen in Dark and Darker, wouldn't you? Looks pretty much the same. Modular Skeleton Army. Well, here's an interesting photo. This looks like a normal skeleton. And then we have one of the red skellies, the guys that are like moderate level difficulty. And what's this? Oh, the nightmare difficulty ones. Huh, that's strange. And then there's other VFX packs, and like I said, WYs, etc. In fact, if we go and we actually scrutinize the entire list, and Iron Mace even highlighted this, there are 82 files, according to Nexon and Iron Mace, that actually look like they could be scrutinized. Iron Mace shows that these are duplicates. There's a U asset and a UEXP file of the same file, so there's actually 41 files that Nexon actually could try to claim was stolen. However, the file names being the same are simply because of standard naming procedures that Iron Mace utilizes the recommended UE and GAS naming convention, same file name as P3 but different content and or implementation. For instance, there's a name called GA Crouch or simply Torch. There's another one called Fireball. There's another one called Lockpick. There's another one called Throwing Knife. Now, if it were me, it's kind of hard for me to call a torch something other than torch. What are you supposed to name the file? Stick with rag on fire? And this is why I say, because this is supposed to be the big smoking gun of our assets were stolen, and here's examples of them being stolen. This, to me, looks incredibly weak. Let's talk about character design for a second. Inside of this exhibit, they show the concept art originally for each one of the classes. And then they show the concept art for P3 and the concept art for Dark and Darker, what they've been showing in their concept art as pieces of their own media. Showing classes Barbarian, Cleric, Fighter, Wizard, Rogue, and Ranger. Now sure, it could be argued that Iron Mace could have gone in a different direction, chose some different classes. That maybe instead of a wizard, they made a sorcerer. But I still feel as though in those cases, let's say, just because they were named differently doesn't mean Nexon wouldn't have tried to do this just as much. Having a different name doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to not file a lawsuit just because you name them something else. Secondarily speaking, the names that they used for these classes are pretty generic. In the case of Dungeons and Dragons, for instance, which is where all of these things come from, there are incredibly common tropes. When you have different fighting classes, you have barbarians, you have clerics, you have wizards, obviously, you have rogues, rangers, and then all of the other sub-archetypes that would come from those classes. These are all basic Dungeons and Dragons characters that have been used in tabletop games right along. In this case, they show that the concept art looks very similar to what was being used for Project P3. And Iron Mace responds with the following. Our response is that both games rely on very traditional classic fantasy tropes, none of which are original and can be found in numerous other fantasy games, including the listed character classes and the torch mechanics. Both games being in the same genre of a classic fantasy dungeon crawler can explain these similarities. Now, if we look at this, it's kind of hard to argue that they look very similar, right? The art is very close. As it turns out, the reason why they look similar to each other is because the concept artist at Iron Mace was the concept artist for this game, P3, at Nexon. So if you tell the same artist to draw 10 different drawings of a barbarian, it's probably going to look really close to each other. That's kind of how it
What do you
works.
think, Joe?
And as much as you would say, oh, well, they're carbon copies or
Are
they
we gonna
look
see
too
Dark and
close or
Darker
whatever,
again, or is it
here's what I would
screwed?
argue. We already have seen that the vast majority of the assets used to generate the game Dark and Darker and Project P3, in the cases of what Nexon already provided to us, were a whole bunch of store-bought assets. We've already seen the armor, we've seen some of the character models, we've seen the skeletons, all of these things that are part of the game. If you have, for instance, a cleric or another class, a barbarian, it's possible that you would have art that was very close to the armor and whatnot that they were wearing, regardless of where it was that you were working at the time. And the same artist drawing the same types of pictures is probably going to make pictures that look pretty similar to each other. It's their artistic style, after all. But to argue that this is the basis for a copyright claim, because the same type of artist, the same artist was asked to draw a wizard a couple of different times for a couple of different studios, doesn't really shout copyright claim, at least not to me. Nexon also claims that certain core mechanics of the gameplay, the ability to walk in darklit hallways and need a torch to be able to see in the dark, or the ability to turn torches on and off, is something indicative of P3's core mechanics, mixed with this ability to extract or having this PvPvE style of gameplay. Now, while that may be a unique take on those types of mechanics or being utilized in this way, while it is similar to Dark and Darker, I would argue this. In 1997, Eidos Interactive published a game called Thief, where you can see him here leaning and shooting a water arrow into a torch. Now, this game was unique at its time, but again, 1997 first-person shooter with the ability to control lighting as to not alert guards. This was something that was relatively pioneering at the time, and I remember this from my own childhood as being something that I thought was really, really cool, where I could control the amount of lighting that was being given off from a source. It is very easy to argue that a game like Dark and Darker with the ability to control torch mechanics like this is something that you would tap into your knowledge of history of games, something that took place over 20 years ago, and me still having remembered this very specific mechanic when I read about Nexon's own argument. If I could remember that, it's not that hard to think that anybody else could. It's also not that hard to be a Dungeons and Dragons nerd and be somebody that plays Tarkov and consider what would Tarkov be like if it was set in a Dungeons and Dragons style of world. What would a game like that look like? Anyone, I would argue, that is into both of those things could think of that concept. So for this reason, or these reasons, I do not believe that Nexon has a strong enough case here.
It's a pretty long
They go on to
video.
say,
You want me to
as the
continue?
final bit of their claim, that Dark and Darker has all characteristics of the P3 game. This genre of game requires users to basically compete with each other as player versus player, but also to fight in an in-game environment, e.g. monsters. So PvPvE. Conceptually, not that big of a thing. We see a lot of PvPvE games. In fact, when they were looking at doing their first playtest, the folks at Dark and Darker marketed themselves to Redditors that used the Tarkov subreddit. Has both FPS and RPG elements. Users cannot defeat other users only with a simple attack and have to aim and shoot other users to defeat them. Moreover, users grow stronger as they obtain various items and go on adventures. FPS and RPG elements associated with games are things that have been celebrated and used in many, many BRs over the years, and a game like Tarkov literally relies on that exact mechanic. The game's starting point, 16 users participate in one game. The game starts from selecting characters at the tavern, where a user can communicate with other users. Now, they're talking about like multiple spawn points for other people and starting at a tavern. To have a jumping off point is the same thing that we've seen in plenty of other games as well. Also, the number of players when I have played this playtest have varied anywhere between 12 and 20, because 16 in this case that they're claiming in Iron Mace's case had to do with the ability for a server to handle a certain number of players. It had nothing to do with whether or not they wanted it to be a carbon copy or 16 was a good magic number. It had to do with server performance. Character classes, being overlapping, consists of fighter, barbarian, cleric, rogue, wizard, and ranger. Again, this is something that could easily be dismissed as just common tropes from Dungeons and Dragons, which is something that SDF, the creative person behind Dark and Darker, has literally been a nerd of forever. In fact, the next class to come along is the Bard. but I don't see them talking about future plans for Project P3 and whatever the next class was supposed to be. The background setting of both games is a dungeon made up of dark bricks. The games have torch-related features, and they offer a fixed attack pattern for each type of weapon. In both games, the user interacts with in-game objects such as boxes and doors, available in the form of casting, and certain amounts of time are required to equip or replace equipment. So what they're talking about in this case is that barbarians have the ability to break a door down if they use a certain perk, or wizards have the ability to break a door down or break barrels, etc. with fireballs. Again, the idea of thinking that somebody with a really big burly axe couldn't break down a door, or that a wizard couldn't break apart certain objects with a fireball, doesn't really ring to me as indicative of having stolen an idea. You could say that there are plenty of other games, for instance, Skyrim, where you have the ability to break surfaces with fireballs, or that someone would be able to crawl through a dark dungeon, or modify the appearances of lighting through environmental interactions. Now, Nexon's claim is by mixing all of these elements, it is a carbon copy of their game. But again, the only thing that they have to go on are the files that they are claiming that Iron Mace stole from them. In this case, though, the files, at the vast majority of which I can see, at least for the 41 that are actually able to be argued, because the rest are just market assets, of the 41 that they're showing that could actually be argued, half of them look so generic in name, you can't just go on file name alone. What's the file look like? That's the thing that really matters. You're trying to argue that a concept is something that you can try to lay claim to copyright-wise. And unfortunately, I can't think of a single case in the history of anything having to do with games where the concept is something that you could argue is yours and yours alone. If that were the case, then H1Z1's Battle Royale would be able to go after PUBG, who in turn would be able to go after Fortnite, who in turn would be able to go after any other BR game that has come since. In fact, Warzone, Call of Duty, would have to be in court for probably the last 15 years, given the majority of the stuff that they have done, as would most other shooting games that came anything after, like Wolfenstein 3D. Let me be the first to say that if I actually believe that Nexon had a real leg to stand on here, I think that they would have a case. Unfortunately, I don't believe they do. I've looked into everything that these guys have had to say on both sides, and this is extremely weak to me. Now, of course, that doesn't matter when it comes to court. People with money, means, the ability to drag things out as long as they want. If Nexon decides to do that, they have the financial backing to be able to do exactly that. To me, this claim, this lawsuit, reads as though a bunch of corporate guys that decided they were going to abandon a project, they made it abandonware, didn't want someone else working on their project without them trying to get a cut of it once they found out that this project wasn't garbage after all. But again, you can't sue after a concept, especially not a concept that you decided was never going to see the light of day. The last thought that I will leave you is this cheeky little bit of a response from the folks over at Iron Mace having to do with the concept being stolen from Nexon. The premise of adventurers delving into dungeons full of monsters and treasures in their quest to seek riches is so generic and common that it can be broadly applied to numerous other fantasy games. So just for fun, we asked ChatGPT to come up with a description for a generic PvP dungeon crawling game that created an eerily similar game description below. Here's a generic game description for a PvP dungeon crawling game. In this PvP dungeon crawling game, players compete against each other in a dangerous and mysterious dungeon filled with traps, puzzles, and monsters. Players choose their characters from a variety of classes, each with unique abilities and playstyles. They must navigate through the dungeon, fight off waves of monsters, and solve puzzles to progress deeper into the dungeon. However, in addition to battling monsters, players must also face off against each other in intense PvP combat. They can attack other players to steal their loot or gain an advantage, but they must also be careful not to get caught off guard by enemy players. Along the way, players will collect loot, weapons, and magical items that will help them in their quest. They can also trade items with other players or buy and sell items from NPC shops. The gameplay involves strategic decision-making as players must decide when to attack other players and when to focus on advancing through the dungeon. They must also manage their resources carefully as they have a limited supply of weapons, spells, and health. The ultimate goal of the game is to reach the deepest level of the dungeon and defeat the final boss, all while outsmarting and defeating other players. This game offers an exciting and competitive experience for players who enjoy both PvE and PvP gameplay. And yet, Nexon will say that that idea is somehow proprietary. Anyway, guys, that's the story. Thanks so much for coming and checking it out. For more stories like this one in and around survival and extraction genre games, please consider subbing the channel here. It really does matter. And if you'd like to see me live, I'm live over at twitch.tv/onepeg every day around 7 to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in the next one. Peace.
I mean, that's a way to end it, too. Really and truly. Put out there that, you know, hey, guess what y'all did? Guess what y'all did? That ChatGPT thing is funny, though, because, I mean, it just basically describes the game almost to a T. Basically speaking, I mean, as generic and as layman as possible, Project P3 was Nexon's version of Dark and Darker. They purchased Unreal assets to make the game. They purchased and used free assets from the Unreal store to make the game. They scrapped the project. The team working on it went off on their own because of other reasons, and they continued to create the game using free assets and purchased assets from the Unreal store, an asset that anybody that I could pick up and make a game out of. So Nexon is just trying to pick up payment on something that they scrapped. Nexon's also known for making gacha games. If you don't know what a gacha game is, it's basically pay to win. Can you imagine taking Dark and Darker and making it pay to win? I can't. And let's be honest, Expedition Agartha, I don't know how to pronounce it, is the same game. It's got more Fortnite-y look to it, or Sea of Thieves look to it. It was free. I let you guys know on the Discord that it was free, but the thing about it was, if you didn't grab it, I don't know what it costs now. You should probably check. But I played a little bit of it last night. It is fun, bro. I did the tutorial, and then I moved around the main map, and then I had to jump up and go make dinner, but it is fun. And it's really similar. It's an extraction game. I also tried Marauders for the first time yesterday. I got killed pretty quick, but rooting around in those ships and moving those ships around was kind of fun. I don't know if it's got the Cycle Frontier timing on it where there's people already in the raid when you jump in, or if it's everybody's fresh at the same time, but you can tell movement's a little janky. You can tell it's still early access. It's kind of lost steam on streamers and stuff, but we're also in the middle of a new Tarkov wipe, so we'll see if it picks back up afterwards, and we'll see if they wipe, because I would venture to imagine that now that I've gotten my hands on it a little bit, if I keep dicking around with it, it'll be like the first time I played Tarkov. It'll be rough for a minute, and then maybe they'll do a wipe, and I'll be able to catch up. That used the company plow truck to do my business a few months before putting my own equipment on the job site. There you go. I mean, I've seen people do that. I 100% have seen people do that. I watched two guys use equipment at the ethanol plant to do a side business. The ethanol plant that I ran in Illinois. They used equipment from there to operate a side business as long as it didn't interfere with what we needed that equipment for. And then when they could afford it, they bought their own equipment and assets and started their own company full on. In the gaming world and in other worlds, it's all about getting rich. And that's what Nexon's trying to do. They don't get good following from their games. Kart Rider is probably the only game they've got in their library that's exciting in any way. Got any kind of popularity. Everything else has been pretty much trashed. So now at the same time, you got to be careful with it. Neebs, if you remember our boy, he got fired from that one tow company because he tried to purchase cars he towed instead of putting them in the impound in the lot. He set them aside and set up purchase orders on them to buy them for parts or for whatever. And the guy fired him because he was using the company tow truck to haul these personal vehicles around. He was doing his job. He just wasn't putting the finished product into the lot. He was parking it aside to go make money off of it or to use it for his own projects. So there is the catch-22 of there too. I haven't looked. I'm pretty sure I've already passed Blackwater. We're going to pick up a bounty. Thought it would be morning by the time we get there, and it might be. At least we're out here where we don't have to worry about wolves. That's why I took Mercer Station. Doesn't mean we won't want to run into wolves or grizzly bears, but we're in a little bit better position. I didn't bring my pocket watch, so I can't tell what time it is. I do need to go to the bathroom before we do this bounty, so I'm going to get into a little bit quieter location. I'm fucking dead. Jesus. It's a cougar in the desert. Whoop whoop, dark side coming in for 5 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back, homie. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Loving it. Get your name changed up there, kicking Geo off the board. Looking good. Look good on you. I'll peek over here. I'm afraid this cougar's still here. Hit him dead on with that repeater, though. Hit him dead on with it. I think it sounds fishy whether or not he actually did wrong against Nexon. Yeah, it is fishy. I mean, there is a sense of question mark, but at the same time, how fishy was it for Nexon to claim asset generation, claim 3D model art, even have the guy in a position to create art, but the entire game was purchased off the Unreal Store? Darkside, how you doing? Welcome back, buddy. I should use the bathroom now while my guy's down. I don't know where this cougar is. I'm going to wake up. If the cougar's still here, I'm pretty much screwed. We'll see him. Drop my bounty, so. Go figure a cougar would attack me. Sucks. Sucks. I can always roll down and go see if I can find a different bounty, I guess. Hey, girl. Where are we going? We dropped our bounty. What are we close to? We'll just go back to Blackwater. We'll heal up over there. Ooh, I don't have any money. I guess I got enough for the medic. I probably have enough for a medic. I just didn't have enough to get a tonic for my horse. There's a lot of things fishy in this world when it comes to gamers and gaming. You know, look at whatever company that was that tried to dox Tarkov because they claimed that they claimed that Tarkov was a ripoff. They never filed trademark. They just tried to dox him, or not dox him, DDoS him. That didn't work out real well for him. If you do get the chance, Joe, check out that Expedition Agartha on Steam. What do I? Okay, let's see it. Lizzie under my clothes. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. We home, boys. We're in Blackwater where we were going to set up shop and live. Isn't the doctor right down here? Oh, there's Doc. I wonder if I can access my safe deposit box at any bank, or if it's only in that village. Be an actual doctor. See the mobster standing outside the saloon? That's why this is my kind of town. That's why this is my kind of town right there. There's two banks. Be nice if one of them, if I could access my money through one of them. Check the big bank before we go to the bounty board. I really hope we get to see Dark and Darker again. Play it again, Joe. In chat. you know, don't think anybody's real sure right now if that'll ever happen. What we can do in the meantime is, you know, we can get our fix through Expedition Agatha. We can get our fix through other things. Definitely check that game out. Because you know me, I get into moods where it's like, I need to play something different that's not RP. And I look for you guys to join me and hang out and have a good time with it. Let's see where this bounty's at. Not too far away. Doesn't pay a lot, but it's pretty close, so. Oh, I do need to go to the bathroom before we roll that. And pull over here in the trees. We didn't see any wolves or cougars or anything coming up to this point, so we should be all right. Give me a hot minute, guys. Be right back. There we go. Back once again. You gotta pay attention. I'm gonna mess shit up. I'm gonna mess shit up. I don't think those are wolves, but I'm gonna get the hell out of Dodge. Might be getting close now that we've crossed the river. We'll see. Raccoons are screaming. This could be a fun bounty. It's getting dark again. Just taking the railroad bridge there across from Blackwater. That'd have been a hell of a lot easier than going up and around. As far as the fact that, you know, if I get a hold of this bounty, probably what I'll do. The low road? Really? Here we go. There's coyotes. Shit, we got a long way to go. 100% should have followed the railroad. Misery. Let's give you a little workout on the beach. We're going to come into this fight on beach side. Something's got old girl spooked. Get her moving. Something's got her spooked. Killed one. I don't see any more. He's just a posse member. How come when he went down, the rest of them didn't come out? We glitched.
You screwed up!
that all of them? We'll get on this railroad and follow it home. We got a bounty done, boys. I have a good free look mechanic. Need one. Some piggies. I knew I should have taken this gully. All right, let's do it. These them all hunting grounds. No gators though. Much safer than dealing with the wolves and stuff, although that fucking cougar about ruined our day, didn't he? If I was an evening streamer again, I would probably team up with old Walty. Kenny Dudley, be a part of his little posse that's going to go after player bounties. Get your ass over here. There a place in this town where I can craft? I need a little crafting spot. Public woodworking, that's not what I need. Public kitchen station. No, I don't need the indoor one, I need the outdoor one. Like that one. I need this one. I'm surprised there's nobody in Blackwater. This place usually has people in it. Let's see if I can make some oil over here, some gun oil or whatever it is. I don't know if a cooking station's the right place though. It's not it. There's someplace out in the middle though. I'm pretty sure that's a public kitchen station. A cooking station. Hey, let's see if we can figure this out. Calm down, girl. Shit. I'm asleep until 7. You probably don't want to do that, but you know. I don't really guess. I don't really reckon I can tell you much otherwise. I'm gonna grind SVRP all night, KW. Are you? Okay. That's on you, man. I mean, that just puts you right back to where you were. Right back to where you were. Been enjoying your time away from RP? Is there really a such thing as time away, though? This is a public cooking station, but I'm not getting any. Oh, you know what? This is where I need those books. I knew my other horse. I left my horse out back. I don't know if I want to buy gun oil though. Not if there's a way to craft it. I'm pretty sure you do that with animal fat, though. I guess I could be wrong. I don't know where the gun store is. Doctor.
coming.
Hello.
Fuck's sakes.
Morning, friend.
Why do I feel like I've not been in here? But I have, because didn't I look for a bath in here and not find one?
Good morning to you. Your Mr. Harden left town last night and took that
No
whore
poker
with him.
table here either.
No fooling.
How you keeping?
Oh, well. Yeah, I heard.
It's $1. So I just sell my
Just
fat.
relaxing? Or is that how you spend your day?
Just taking a breather. Morning, sir.
Hey, it's Abe Lincoln. Hey, Blinken. Hey, Blinken. You better oil your gun. I bought oil instead of carrying around all this animal fat. I'm gonna sell this animal fat. I got $2.69 back on 30 pieces. You need a repair kit. There's one thing I could tell anyone about gun maintenance: don't let it be dry. I feel you. Did I just do this one? Huh.
Well then. So I hear.
Yeah. Guns are clean.
Good morning.
I should really be hunting, but let's check the bounty board one more time. I gotta go to the general store and get the horse a stimulant. God damn it. I'm doing it. Fuck it. $9 to go all the way up there and back to Blackwater. I don't reckon I like that. I don't know. Yeah, fuck that. $9 to go all the way up and back isn't really worth it. So the saloon, the general store, or? It's gotta be. Oh no, it's on the same side as the doctor's office. Just a little further down.
How you do?
$8 for a fishing rod in 1895. But when I start doing this, it'll wake up the fucking marshals. Can't grave rob in the middle of daytime? Okay. All right, I get it. I'm about out of cartridges for my guns. I don't know what any of that means. Horse. You're paying for gold, eh? Haven't found big profit in gold painting yet, but I have to wonder if there is some. Good waters here. I found some gold flake already. Son of a bitch. Finding good flakes over here. Finding good stuff. Yep. Picture. Oh, that was so fucking close. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. No, it was worth it. We got a few minutes of it. We get about 4 nugs. Put them in there. Let me put them away. Misery's turned out to be a lot better of a horse than she started out to be, but I need something with a little more buh. Fucking Canada gooses, eh, bud? I guess I guess it's race against the clock to get back and do some daytime gator hunting. I don't think we're gonna make it. Oh, it's not muskrats. I'd wonder if we'd have a good time with the fishing in here, but you don't ever see anybody else fishing, so it's kind of like 6 of one, half dozen of the other type of bullshit. How close are we to roads? It's a 2-star turkey. I mean, let's go. The 2-star turkey. Okay. I don't see any more of them. They took off. Shit, we're already in roads. What the hell? What did I mark on this map? I thought I was marking the bounty. I'll check the bounty board. I was right above it. Oh, it's right on the side of the jailhouse. Oh, shit. $4, I swear. A long ass ride. The one in the bayou is only worth $4. That's not. It's a lot of ammo. Windigo Farms.
Price of tobacco just seems to keep dropping.
Got all the normal stuff. Typical TwitchRP. Mondays are slow. You digging the country playlist? This playlist is actually, let me think about this for a minute, is Upchurch Radio. That's my horse. That man buzzed through here pretty fast. Is this GTAvRP's place? I think it is. I figured I'd mix it up because usually when I'm on Red Dead, I'm playing like 1920s, 1930s. Old ass music. Yep, GTAvRP. How you doing? God damn it, GTAvRP, you still ain't got no poker table? Prairie oysters. That is a lot of slumgullion. Fart and dart. Chicken and giblet soup. Cracker pudding. Cracker pudding. Get the fuck out of here. Come on, Kenny. You're better than this.
I was going to exhibit my prize peonies again this year, but those
Nice
tyrants
choice.
in road. This place is one of a dollar.
Stanley and Kenny. Not a bad playlist. I'm not a country fan, y'all know that, but it fits what we're doing here. Is there good hunting down there? Better eat. Food's got to be balanced on here yet. Eat one sweet and sour pork and it fills up your stomach completely. I haven't run into any ravens or anybody today. It's been kind of lackluster. Mondays might be a good GTA day or something different from our typical week. I got an upset little buddy. Let me get him some food. What do you think? Anything move through here? So there's some alligators out here. Looks like some small ones, though. Looks like some really small ones. I don't know how many more we're going to find. I'll get you out of that water before that snake come and get us. A little bit here, but I don't know if it's enough to bring the trailer out. I don't even know if I want to make the road. The rounds. Snacking on pickled bell peppers and pickled cauliflower. A little bit of bologna with hot pepper cheese. Typical. All them sodiums and nitrates. Can we take the wagon out for another roll around? In the daytime, though, this time. In the daytime. He walk, he's gonna walk all the way around. Nope. get myself robbed. Sounds like there might be a few gators down here. Couple rowdy old dogs. And a fucking bear. He's lost. Probably too deep. Probably not. That worked out pretty good. He wasn't too deep. Joe, talking about that country music, is that your personal favorite or your personal preference? Or do you mix it up a lot? I guess that's something we've never talked about. As you know, all of us that play big games together, Joe. You know what everybody's musical preferences were. There's a lot of you know that I'm going to throw mine out there on my channel, my preferences. But I'm going to mix it up a little bit, and that's why I have that open stream playlist I share with people, and I have the Discord. It allows you to put more music in there, but I never pushed the country envelope at all. But you remember I had an Upchurch song as my theme back in the day, back when I was on Facebook. Upchurch and Adam Calhoun. Not finding any gators. Not finding any gators. Country and Christian rock. If you need any Christian rap, I got a guy to hook you up. There are some gators out here, boys. Hell yeah. It's always fun to do. They're all over. I gotta get as much as I can quick. Heck, we really worked this place over with. I hope the rest of the spots are just as crowded and busy and nice like this. Yeah, I prefer to not listen to profanity and negative morals. Joe, have you changed that much? I mean, good on you, dude. I'm not downing it. But have you always been like that, or is that a recent change? It's a fucking snapping turtle. I forgot it was herpaloids. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have shot it. I guess I don't care too damn much. I'm just trying to fill the truck, or the wagon. Yeah, always, but I know there have been times I've lived outside my standards. I feel you, brother. I think I've seen times where we've lived outside of our standards, both of us. I guess for me, profanity's a crutch, you know. I always looked at more of it as words are just that, just words. They're man-made. So they only hold as much meaning as what we give them. And at a certain point you become desensitized to a word's intentions. So much so that the word doesn't carry any weight anymore. At that point, it becomes just a voice. It's a sound. It's a shadow. Would you say you live out of your standards playing video games with us? The kind of things we say and do? Let's be honest, we are a goon squad. We are a bunch of hooligans, heathens, in a way. It's actually a bad brand. I'm actually rebranding. It's just not me anymore. Hooligan is more somebody that I used to be. There's a very good possibility of the brand changing a little bit. Maybe even going so far as to put my actual name on it. The frustrations of the game make you say things that you probably shouldn't. But we're not living the games out, you know. We're not going out being ungodly in the name of the game. I'm really gonna have to look at the metrics of my PC here and after this stream's over with, because this thing is hot. I have to look back and dial it down. I feel like there's a gator right there. You know, I guess the truth lies in the fact that when I first started my channel on Facebook, when I first started streaming on Facebook, I was under the impression that you had to be family friendly 24/7, 100% of the time. And for a little while, I did that. Something was in that water but disappeared on me. Oh, boys, I gotta make some sort of decision. I don't want to be out here hunting in the dark. Oh, we only have an hour till wait though. We only have an hour to start. No cap though. Monday, this seems to be the slowest day I've seen. I'm always talking about supplementing the content. Doing some other things with the stream. Maybe I'll do a couple hours on Thursday night where we can come in and go interact with DuaDab. Some new people. New names, new faces, things like that. University, media, music, cable, TV, all of that, profanity and nudity to promote living outside of the word. I don't think it's that they're promoting living outside of the word. I think they're doing it to attract. I mean, you've heard it before too, though. The media is the devil, and the devil's going to do things to tempt you. Can you imagine what chat would look like in here if I promoted that I was going to be a family-friendly Christian streamer? They would troll me so bad. My VODs would get used against me. I'd have to delete them all. That'd be hard to do in ORP. There is actually people in this server, TwitchRP server, that go in and run, that have church services and preach. I mean, there could be some RP content from that. I don't think schools are promoting it and pushing it so much as they're allowing the teachers to do it without repercussion. I don't know how many times I've heard teachers and coaches use profanity in general. And the return on that was that the student got in trouble for using it. Yeah, it's not the health industry, it's the people in general. I think I've said it before. I don't give a damn if you're gay. I don't give a damn if you're trans, but you're not going to push people into you're not going to tell people they have to believe in your way of thinking. You know? And that goes for schools, the American health system, the media, anything else. The state of Iowa just passed a law, the governor just passed a law that says, you know, trans children have to use the bathroom of the gender listed on their birth certificate, regardless of current affiliate or of current belief. Beautiful, perfect. That's perfect. That's the best thing to happen. That's one of the best things this governor's got. COVID Kim has finally done something right. Now, of course, she's eating shit for it. A lot of it. But the only truth that you're going to get is going to come from you and Word. Really and truly, the only truth you're going to get is what comes from you and inside of you. That is a nasty little fucking snake right there. He was getting all wound up like he was going to do some shit. I don't understand, Joe, how you're a mod and you still have to sit through ads, but I can give you a VIP tag and you won't get them. You won't get them. Now, I was saying at the end of the day, the only truth there is the truth that you know and feel and believe and create and take part in. That's the only real truth. Kind of like my feelings on COVID and the vaccine. People think I'm an outright asshole and idiot for my thoughts and processes on it, but you know what? I believe it's true, and I've got more and more people that are believing it's true too. I don't press my agenda. You know, that's what I was saying about it doesn't matter to me if you're gay or you're trans, but it's not your job to go out here and try to increase your, don't be out here trying to make your team quotas come up because, by recruiting or by trying to force your point of view on my kids, Hold on. It's not who you... No, I'm not saying who you listen to. Yeah, the world could be a million different things. And it is. There's so many different religions, and all those religions believe that they're right. But what you know inside of you, what you feel is what the truth is. And your truth isn't the same as everybody else's truth, but it's true to you, and it matters to you. That's all that matters. Does it damage your cargo? No. Yeah, it damages my wagon. I wonder if it damages my wagon. I'm about to find a... Because I know you can get gunsmiths to repair guns. I wonder if there's... wagon repairs. I mean, I guess at some point the wagon just stops working and you go buy a new one. They're not overly expensive. Yeah, it doesn't damage the cart. I have killed a horse before, and it took a little bit of effort to get that horse back. I feel like I'm gonna get my buggy full again before wave. Although as I level up field dressing, I'm sure I'll get better pieces of meat. But you got to. No, it's not. It's not man's job to redefine his work. It's man's job to advance his work. He didn't make it all for it to just sit idle for thousands of years. He made it all so that it could be advanced and changed and bettered. And it doesn't always work out that way, but that feels like to me the intention. There's another one right over here. Many nations that went against God. Right. The Christian Bible's mentioned because we are a Christian nation. You know? A lot of different religions have a lot of different beliefs and a lot of different writings. And really, they're all about the same person. They're all about the same deity. They're just worded differently. And in such that they're processed differently. What? Did that little fucker really run up and bite me? Lost my mouse. Lost my mouse cursor. Good thing I can figure it out. You know, if we'd have been on an Islamic nation, we would have still wrote about God, and we would have still wrote from the book that we felt was correct. We would have still been in our government documents, although now they want to take that out of our government documents. The separation of church and state stuff, I'm surprised, has not reached the, Washington, D.C., and we've got to rewrite all of our origination documents to remove all of that. It's absolutely asinine. Absolutely asinine to think that that's a potential thing. Where's my favorite little swamp? Another reason Joe would like RP is he could actually run one of the churches in this server. That actually would be humorous. What's the orange farm? I was like, look at all those chickens. Down south, yeah, I'm in Saint Denis, which is essentially the swamps. I'm going to try to live in Blackwater, but for now, I'm trying to make my living. Oh, I shot him in the damn tail. Son of a bitch. Bet that meat's no good now. I've got too much lead in it. Damn it, I heard another one too. Yeah, all that meat was ruined. All because I shot his ass in the tail. I need to get my buggy down here so I can collect this meat before these guys despawn. Have fun. I'm about done. I'm about done for the day. I'll let you know. See what's up. Let's see what's up. Where is, okay, that's it. What was I just hunting at? I've apparently got myself lost. Trying to figure out the best places for the gate is when I get there. It's like, strawberry fields forever. Oh, sorry about your fence, bro. I love when I'm watching a RedDeadRP stream and people are calling each other bro and dude, and I'm like, what? The fucking word wasn't even invented back then, man. Call each other bro and dude and homie. call each other sir and mister and partner and pilgrim and feller and that sort of stuff. I got my wagon covered back. I don't get it. I wonder if that only pops up during certain time frames. I just seen a really, yep, I knew I seen a big gator. Not very often I found any over here, so that was kind of weird to look over and see that. What's the matter, Boober? What's wrong, Boober? Kid, let me get you some juice. Hang on, Jack. I told the little dude I'd give him some juice. He didn't believe me. Back from a phone call. Hello, phone call. There I am. There I go. I had to step away a second, so you didn't miss much. I don't know what they've done to their alligator algorithm, but it's brutal. say the horses got pretty antsy. Now I see why. Being a Christian these days, thank God I was born in trying times to get these biggest spiritual battle in history. Not just the spiritual battle, but I think we're on the way to another civil war, another revolutionary war, another world war, all very quickly, all within the span of a couple of years. And I think it's going to lead to a religious war. It's going to lead to political war. There's going to be a lot of dirt. Make sure I have my meat. I don't want to say we're seeing the end of days, but I don't think it's that far off. Oh, he doesn't even have to use tactics anymore. People are just automatic to a lot of things that are within his agenda. They really are. Sorry, I got an issue. If you know, you know. Oh, my issue, that is. If you know, you know. Quality too far. Because I used the wrong gun. I should have used the pistol on him. Stay down here on the water's edge. I have seen some more. They just pop up down here by the fishing gear. And again, I've also seen deer run down here into the city too. Well, I wish we'd had some more interaction. I'd like to gotten an interaction in with the Ravens. I was ready for a good weekend. Go right past the meat market. You really just gonna stand there behind my wagon?
I love your wagon.
I love my wagon too.
So, how are things going?
Hello there.
Hi there, mister. Might be rude.
I thought this was a civilized country. Hello.
I've lost my mouse cursor.
Hello, miss. Hello, dear.
I think tomorrow we'll read the room.
Howdy.
If the Ravens are in, we'll try to have some good interaction with them. If they're not, we'll hunt again.
Can't complain.
And we'll try to turn full-blown outlaw by about Wednesday, I think. That'd be the art. We'll change your clothes. We'll know some people. Hopefully we know some people. And even if we don't know people, we'll figure something out. I think we'll be a new outlaw by Wednesday.
No. How's it going?
No color.
How you doing?
We'll get a complete change of clothes. We'll try to hold up some people out in the middle of different places. Rob them. See how beat up my wagon is on the sides? Holy fuck.
Hello.
Well, not what I was trying to do. Missing a gun. Oh, I put it up. I put it up. I remember now.
How's it going? I tell you.
This is so damn difficult. This is where we're going to say goodbye today, chat. We're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to hunt. We're going to field. We're going to play the field. We're going to see if we can get the outlaw world going. 8:30 a.m.